Saket, can we go again? There was connection issue here. We lost you from the start.
Okay. So here we just need to create a new Angular application. What you have to do is go to your folder where you are creating your projects and issue the command ng space new space. The name I have used for the application is ng-note-app and the style sheet format is SCSS. Okay, so I'm putting that in the chat window also. Okay, I've given that command in the chat box. Just issue that and the style sheet format should be SCSS instead of CSS. So once it is done, you should be having it like this. See, the command is visible on the screen. Router I have added and the style sheet format I used SCSS. So once done, just ping me so that we can proceed. Is it done?
Just a minute, Saket.
Just a minute, Saket. It is saying installing package.
Sure.
Done, Saket.
Done, Saket.
Maybe he's not there. You can download the link.
Hey, Saket.
But he is not there also. But he is not like.
Anything happened?
Okay, so I hope it's done for all.
Yes, Saket.
Okay, so unlike the previous two examples where we use jQuery and Bootstrap both, in this project I'm not going to use either of them. But for creating the nodes, I want some unique identity to be created for each of the node so that I can keep track of it easily. And for that, in .NET we have a class called as UID, right? We have used that. The .NET Visual Studio environment also comes up with a tool to generate the GUID. Yes or no? What about having that similar feature, something like globally unique identifier or universal unique identifier at the client side, at the JavaScript level? Do we have something? Not by default. For that, we have a package that we need to install. So here you say, first of all, get into the project folder. So say cd dash node dash app where your package.json file is present. Just make sure with dir command you are at the right place, and here you issue the command npm install or I and the name of the package you want to install. So it is UUID as the name that I want to install. It's installed. Now just say ng serve so that your application hosting gets started. So one thing to be noted, I didn't use jQuery and Bootstrap. What does it mean? jQuery and Bootstrap is not mandatory. It all depends on which features you are going to use, right? Done. I copy this, go to the browser, open a new tab, paste the URL, and because this is the fresh new application, this is what we have. Correct?
Yes.
Get to Visual Studio Code and open this new folder. So for me, it's on D drive, desktop backups, 5th March 21, Providence 7, most. In that, I have the folder ng-nota. I select this folder and click on the button select folder. So my project is open. Yes. To get rid of this content which is there in the browser, which file I should be modifying? src app, and there we have app component.html. Select all the content into this file and delete and save. So it should get compiled and the browser should refresh to show a blank page over here, right? Right?
Yes.
Now, the next thing is just check your chat box. I'm going to paste some HTML code over there to save time, which you have to put in this file. Just check. Hope you have received. So just copy and paste that code, plain HTML, and as we have seen enough of Angular stuff, so it's not going to be very difficult to understand what this is. Anyhow, this is just HTML, right?
Yeah, Saket, can you post that in chat?
I put that in the chat. Received, Sai?
Yes, Saket, can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to join once.
Save this. As of now, there is no content as such, only empty divs are here, right? That is why there is still nothing displayed in the browser. We just identified some containers over here, if you see. The actual sticky notes will be displayed here, and here we will be creating some UI that is actually going to have some UI to allow us to create the note. Is it clear?
Join.
Yeah, there was some echo, so I couldn't understand.
Uh, Saket, can you please post it again? We joined it just now. We can't see the.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, no, let me join.
Just check.
Share.
Yeah, it's here. It's here. Thanks.
Is it done? Next, open index.html file from the root folder. There are some changes that we are going to make over here. Precisely, just click at the end of the line 7, press enter, make some space before the link tag. We are going to add a couple of new link tags over there to include some of the online assets. Here, Bootstrap we are going to use, but this time from CDN, not as the local package. And then I'm also going to use some web fonts from Google. So that also will be coming from the CDN. So that is where the link tags will be coming in. I'm again putting that also in the chat. Just check. Paste that code here on line number 8. This also will not make any difference as such on the UI as of now, because it's not the content that we have placed as yet. It is just some asset that we have added. And then here, just after app root on line 13, press enter and put a script to be included, again from CDN only. The path is https:// unpkg.com/feather-icons. used for including some special icons. And usually the scripts are added at the end of the page. That's why after app root I have put this. And that's a CDN source only. Okay. Done. Yes, is it done? Make sure you have the proper end tag created. Don't self-close it. Otherwise, it will not work. Okay, so shall we move further?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Saket.
Open styles.scss file now. Yeah, if someone is like not done with this, you can take a snapshot of this screen and then just get your things done. That's a quick way. So here I go to styles.scss file, wherein we are going to put some of our own style stuff. So say body, comma, HTML. This is the HTML style rule we are creating, wherein I want to set font family. So font dash family colon, one of the font that we have added from the Google CDN. It is Montserrat. And if it doesn't work out in the browser, the fallback font is sans serif. Semicolon at the end. And then we'll set the next style rule for background color to, let's say, white smoke. A shade of white only. Save this. Done. We need to add a new component here in the application. So for that, go to command line, press Ctrl C to stop the ng server and issue the command ng g for generate, C for component. The name of the component is header. you know, the 4 files are created, one HTML, one CSS, one TS, which are the main files, and then spec.ts is for testing, unit testing precisely, right? We have seen that. Say ng serve once again to start the server. So what I did, stop the server, added the component using this command ng gc header. Name of the component is header, and then started the server once again. So with that, here you can see under app folder, we have got a component header that has got added. The 4 new files. Open header.component.html. So I hope till here it's all done. Yes?
Yes.
Delete this paragraph, the sample paragraph, and then put some HTML that looks like this. Div with class as brand, image img, src equals a relative path we are going to put. So here you can see there is a folder called as assets. In this folder, we are going to add an image file called as document. So that is the path I'm going to add here. So say slash assets slash images slash document dot png alt, that is alternate text, I'll say avatar, followed by an h5 element with the text as for notes, meanwhile here you create the folder images in assets. So just locate assets, right click and say new folder named as images. In this folder, we are going to add the image document.png. I'm just putting that in the chat box. Okay, so directly it won't be available. Let me put it in some shared location from where you can download it. So I hope everyone has got the link which I shared in the morning.
Saket, that we are not accessible.
It goes to my OneDrive account actually, so it should be accessible. Let me check once.
Yeah.
I'm pasting the link again in the chat box also. Just check if it is accessible now. Can someone confirm?
Saket, the company is blocking this thing. We can't access it.
Okay. So
Can you
OneDrive is not accessible, is it?
Yeah, can you directly paste the image in the chat? Maybe.
Yeah, let me check.
Maybe in future, if we want to share something, you
I remove the global protect
it will be a
access.
problem for Saket. I think.
How?
Yeah.
Can you
I can't.
can you try stopping the global protect and then access?
That Saket still it's not accessible.
It's still
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, we'll try, but actually, since we are connected to Office network, it blocks automatically, even if there is.
I understand. I understand.
Saket, even I am outside network, I am getting same error. So maybe firewall is blocking this URL.
Mm-hmm. So Yogesh, right?
Yes, Saket.
Yogeshwar. Uh,
Yeah.
you just try stopping the global protect and then try accessing it once.
I did try.
And still it is not accessible, is it?
No. So
Oh,
yeah, it's company laptop, so all the policy is already
okay.
in place. That's why.
Okay, let me find some alternate there. So any common repository which is accessible to you. Let me share one original URL. If that is accessible to you, you can directly download. Check this URL now. This document.png 64 by 64. Try clicking that link. See if it opens the file in the browser.
Yes.
So just right click that image in the browser and save it as
Saket,
document.png on desktop. Yes.
Saket, can you by any chance share this with Prabjot and ask him to share this with us through company something or SharePoint or something?
He sent the
Yeah, for this file, you can download it directly. The demos I will coordinate with Prabjot for that.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yes.
So Saket, we have to put this file into that particular
Yeah,
demo.
so I'll just guide you. It should be downloaded on the desktop like this. Can you see this document.png on my desktop?
Yes.
Right? Like when you browse it, it should go and show it in the browser like this.
Yes.
So you right click this and say save image as. With whatever name, document.png, it comes in, right? Save it on desktop. So once you save it, it should appear somewhere on desktop like this. Yes?
Right.
Copy it from here, go to VS Code, right click on images folder under assets and paste it there. If paste option is not there, what you'll do is just select reveal in file explorer option for images. What it does is it opens the source for the images folder directly in file explorer. Write this, go inside the images folder and paste it here. Right?
Yep.
Once it is pasted here, immediately it should appear here.
Yes.
And just make sure this is the same path you have given, asset/images/document.png. If there is a different name taken, make sure you give that same name over here also. Done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this header component HTML is done. Now open header.component.scss file. So plenty of CSS stuff is there. I'm just copying that in chat box. Copy and paste that in this file. Check your chat box if you have received. Copy that and paste it here. It's all style sheet formatting, right? Yes? Done? I hope it's done. Next, open app.component.cshtml. We need to integrate our component here. So just before this, div class container and the comment you already have, header component will come here. After that and before div, put app header. From where this tag comes in, just open header.component.ts. Here you see the selector name, app header. We have seen this before, right? This is what I have used over here as the tag. Save this. And now if you go to the browser, you should be able to see something like this. Yes?
I think I'm getting header works. Maybe I need to change something.
Okay, just check your header.component.html. Header.component.html file should look like this. That header works you have to remove.
Yeah, it was not saved. Saket,
Yes,
done.
yes, yes. So make sure whatever the editing you do, immediately you save the file as well. Save all option is also there, and better you can enable auto save. So it just keeps on saving the changes automatically, even if you forget to. Make sense?
Yes.
Now here we will be getting into the RxJS things. Basically the observable features we are going to introduce. So for that, first thing that we will be doing is we will be using some sort of actions and reducers. That is something which is going to take the state management ahead over here. So for that, again, the first thing we have to do is in the app directory, we have to add a folder named as store. So right click on app. Under SRC, there is a folder app. Right click on it and say new folder. Name it as store. This is for state management. This is where there is one of the React type feature basically is used. React uses Redux for state management. So this RxJS uses a similar feature here. In fact, it uses Redux behind scenes. All state management features will be there in this folder itself. In this folder, now create a file by the name actions.ts. So right click the store folder. Yes.
If you don't mind, can you please explain that concept, why you have created store and all?
Yes. So what we are looking for is the note management, right? Sticky notes. When I say sticky notes, there must be some UI that allows me to add the new note.
Yeah.
Some sort of form element.
Yeah.
And there must be some section where it shows me the read-only sticky note, right?
Yes.
Now, these are going to be two different components, yes or no?
Yeah.
How they will communicate the data between each other without using server. I'm not going to use any API for this. It's all local.
Okay.
So don't you think I need some intermediate component which will hold that data for me locally?
Yes.
That is what we call a store.
Okay.
Which will manage the state basically, which will hold the data basically. Understood?
Yeah.
So for that, this folder will hold the components called as actions, within which all the code for managing the state will be there. Understand?
Sure. Yes.
Actions will be the commands, what needs to be executed on the top of that state data. Understood?
Yes, sir.
So right click on this store folder and say new file. Name this file as .ts. Why TS? Because we are using TypeScript everywhere, right? So SRC contains app contains store contains actions.ts. Path is something which can be confirmed here also on the top left corner of this editor, right? The code goes here. I'm looking to export a type from here so that it can be used across the application. The type is enum type, enumeration, named as action types. The first element is create underscore note that represents an action or a command whose value is bracket home is create a note. This is basically the text to be displayed for the action. Comma. The next command will be delete underscore note. There has to be a way to delete the note also if my task is done, right? So again, here also the text goes as home space a note. I have the next action as get underscore notes to read the notes. So has got the text as square bracket home get all notes and save this file. Right, so what command needs to be done or what code, what logic needs to be executed, that will be decided by the action type selected. Kind of a menu will be managed by this. And each menu item will be mapped to something called as reducers, which are the actual block of code that will execute for each command or for each action. So here they are called as reducers. Right, so what these reducers are responsible for to execute the associated code. So in a way, they actually handle the transitions of the state from some initial state to the next state based on which action has been selected. To create these reducers, we will add another TypeScript file in the store folder. So right click stores folder once again and say new file. Name this file as index.ts. I hope the actions thing was done.
Yes.
Content in the index.ts goes over here. Some import statements. How do we import? Import pair of curly braces from the target library. So if you remember, we installed RxJS, right? In fact, it is already available with Angular. So you don't need to install it as a package. You can directly say RxJS. I want to install from here is subject, which is actually in itself is a observable object. Put the previous file actions.ts. So I say dot slash actions. What we have there, an enum named as action types, which is exported that I want to import here. Then I say import from one of the component not created yet, but we will be creating soon. Now it may start giving you error, but that's okay. You can ignore. Say dot dot one level back, one folder back slash dash card dash slash again note dash card dot component. So we'll be creating this component soon. which will have a component named as node. Ignore the error for now. It's there because the component does not exist yet. An interface definition that represents initial state from where I'm going to do the transition, which holds the value for nodes, which is going to be an array of type object. Basically, this is going to be the list of all the nodes that have been added. Initially, it will be null. But once I start adding the nodes one by one to it, the nodes will be added and they will be listed in a separate component, right? This is just an interface declaration. I need to initialize this initial state. For that, I say let variable called as state, which is of type initial state, initialize to a JavaScript object that has got set to an empty array. So that says it is empty initially. There is no node to be displayed. And one by one, we'll be adding it based on the action that we have selected. While deleting, we'll be deleting from here only. I have another interface called as event. It has got the first member named as type of type string, another member called as payload is optional, so nullable, of type object. Then I export a constant named as store, which is based on new subject based on the interface type initial state. That actually is the main object which holds my store or which holds my nodes. I also need to configure the event dispatcher here, which will keep on watching for the events. Say export const event dispatcher, which is represented by a new subject of type event. It has to be some event. So event dispatcher, once initialized, can then be used event subscription. So I say subscribe. Make sure you're done till here, because next code is going to be, some nesting base code, and the punctuation, the parenthesis, curly braces may mismatch. So make sure you are done till here. I'll go a little slow from here. So shall I proceed? This event dispatcher is going to take care of which action needs to be executed actually, and to which state we need to transition. It captures a parameter named as data of type event. Within parentheses, you put data colon event. There goes the lambda arrow. This is paired. and in between the curly braces present, where directly I go for switch on data dot type. Here we have the type, right? Which will be based on what has been set here. Create node, delete node, or get nodes. Understood? And push it. So one by one now the cases will go in. So I say case action types dot get nodes. Get nodes command, I say go to store dot next state and break. Simply go to the next state. Next is action dot create node. If command is create node, I first want to set the state. Basically, I want to create the state here to nodes. I want to initialize that array in such a way that the existing nodes state should be maintained. Dots state dot nodes will help me. This is existing state, comma the new state element to be added. Data dot payload will give me that. And then I say store dot next state and break. There has to be semicolon. Okay, so state this statements will not go here. Semicolon the state initialization and store dot next and break goes here after the curly brace. Okay, so just remove this question mark. Don't make it nullable here. On line 16, payload question mark was there. Just remove that. There was some error getting displayed. We got something similar last time also, right? Some adjustments we were forced to make. So remove question mark from here. The errors will go away. So I hope you understand when I say create node, the array might already have some nodes. I am looking to add further to it. Even if there is no node, the initial state which is blank should go and the new payload should be added to it. New payload means new node. I hope you understand this. Yes? Yes? 3 dot state dot nodes means the existing state. Is it clear? Okay, so let's go to the next case. One more is pending here. Action type dot delete node. Here I first of all need to read the existing state. So I define a constant called as nodes, which I assign to the original state. I need to identify the ID of the node that needs to be deleted. So I say const ID equals to data dot payload. Event argument will bring in which node has been requested to be deleted. Its ID I am just retrieving. Here I say there is another constant named as updated nodes, basically which will hold the change state, where I say the current state nodes dot filter. Show all nodes but not the one that has been asked for the deletion. So that takes in a parameter named as node of type node, goes lambda arrow, wherein the filter goes in. Node dot ID not equal to ID. Right? The deleted node or the requested node for deletion, except that all nodes are supposed to be displayed. So that's the filter. I need to set this updated nodes as the current state. So there goes the next thing. State equals nodes colon updated nodes. Then I say navigate. So store dot next with the updated state and break. Usually it's recommended to have default case also, but I don't have any code to run there. So I just say default and then it ends with a break statement only. So when the event is raised, it will be either get nodes or create node or delete node. Accordingly, the logic is executing. So reducer, don't go by the dictionary meaning. Reducer is basically just applying the actual action handler. Understand? Just go through the code. I give you 1 minute. See if you have any questions. Any questions? So did you understand? See, just visualize here and then map the code. You have an empty array of nodes initially visible here. Its declaration is this, based on which you are initializing. There is an interface which represents your event, which will actually be a request for a specific action. And based on the event that is requested, here you are giving the handlers with these cases. I hope that makes it easy to understand. Am I right? So shall we proceed? One thing is pending here. The component called as note card is not yet created. So what we have to do? Go to console, stop your application and say ng, that is ng generate component. What is the name that we are looking for? Note dash card. Make sure you give exactly the same name what you have used here. I'm going to need another component pretty soon to show the notes. So let's do that here. ng gc. The component which shows the notes list is note dash list. So we just created two new components here, note card and note list. Am I right? Yes. Now let's get back to VS Code. Maybe we can start the server as well. So here we say ng serve. So that in the back end, the server starts and does the compilation as well. Come back to your code. The error which was displayed here is gone, but new error here is displayed because there is no code in that file as of now. So there is no class called as note visible. Red color says that this file has got some error, right? No worries, we will be creating that shortly. So just open the newly generated notecard.component.html file first. Notecard component.html file. Remove this paragraph. Again, it's long HTML, so I'm just pasting that in the chat box. Copy and paste that in this file. Just check your chat box. The UI for accepting the new note is what we are creating here. In fact, this is note card, not the acceptance of the note. One card at a time, the sticky note at a time. Right, and that's where we have the button also for deleting the node. The card body, it shows the note title. The note text is displayed in the paragraph here in the body itself. So just imagine sticky notes application, how it goes. Still the error is not gone because it is only the HTML part which has been created. Where is the note class? Not created yet. We'll be moving towards that. Before that, I need some style sheet to be created for this. So I hope this is done. If yes, just open notecard.component.scss file now. Here it is. And paste the code which I'm again having in the chat box. Copy and paste that code here. This is all the UI representation, the theming, which will give it the feel of that sticky note with background color yellow and all. Once this is done, open the TS file, notecard.component.ts. Again, here also there is a lot of code, so better I just put that in the chat and explain it. Once again, check your chat box. Open notecard.ts. Just replace all this code with the code which is there in the chat box now. So once pasted, let's see import statement. You can understand what we are doing here. Declaring a constant named as feather, the interface note which defines the structure that I have ID, I have title, I have note into it. Then I have the component definition itself. So it has got its own selector, the template and the style URLs. Here goes the notecard component that we have created. This is an input property that we are defining by the name note of type note, which is this interface. So that will take in the input as ID, title and note. There goes the constructor. On init, we call feather.replace. What this replace is responsible for? Basically, keep that form element in fresh mode, kind of reset. Understood? And initialize the icons also that are being used in the component. Delete node takes in a parameter type name as ID, and based on that ID, it is then using the event dispatcher to request delete node, passing the ID to it. just explicitly give the type as any, as there was a warning. Okay, so this error I'll just look into later on. This error is gone. The issue is let's check with this if it works. Otherwise, we'll see what changes need to be made. We had something similar last time also, right? With departments API. So this I hope you understand. This also here, to avoid this warning, you can say is of type any. Explicitly if you give, there will be no error as such. Okay, so I hope the issue is resolved here for now. I just have a doubt here. This may give trouble at a later point in time, but let's see. If it gives, we'll see. So is it done? And is it understood? Yes? Let's proceed and open notelist.component.html now. So here is notelist, here is notelist.component.html. Remove this paragraph and replace with this div class note dash list. Here we say include app note card. What this app note card is, the answer is here. Notecard.component.ts. If I go, this is the selector which I am using. So I hope it's clear. It's not a new thing, but this is going to be like repeated for each note element which is there in the state notes. It uses the Angular directive *ng for. Again, not a new thing. We have used this. Let note of nodes. Pick one note, assign it to note, and then app note card. The tag closes. Right, so the note card is single card, but it has to be repeated for what are the number of nodes which are there, right? Yes or no? If there are 0 elements, this won't do anything. But if there are 10 elements, it will run 10 times. So it will create 10 cards. Do you get that? Yes or no? So if this is done, next open the SCSS file for this component, notelist component dot SCSS, and add a class selector here which we are using in our previous file. Notelist is the class, right? So we need to create this class. Here goes notelist dot notelist, and the style rule goes here. It says margin top is 16 pixel, display mode is flex, flex direction is row, wrap is wrap. Means if the space is not available, the card automatically flows to the next row. So left to right and then top to bottom. Same. I hope it's done. Next, open the TS file, notelist component.ts. Here we have to import one more class input apart from component and on unit from Angular core. Another import statement imports from our note card component. So dot dot slash note card slash note card dot component. What I want to import is from there. No changes in component definition, no changes in export class definition. Just before the constructor, I have add input so that the input can be taken. Notes. This is where the input will be going in. Say array of type node. Pipe undefined. If it is not initialized, it should remain undefined. Rest I leave as it is. So once this is done, we need to integrate all this stuff in app component.html. So I hope this is done. Let's go to app component.html. Header we have already integrated. This is where the comment is here, note list here. So I'll just say app dash note dash list, notes equal to notes app note list. Once this is done, open app.component.ts. Here you have to do all the integration at the code level. So you say component comma on init is what you import from Angular core. You also import from /store. What you import from there is two things: event dispatcher and store object. Then import from .store /actions. Only one entity is there to be imported from here, that is action types. Make this class implement on init. Add a constructor here. Here you say store dot subscribe state lambda arrow in curly braces. Here I say const notes equal to the initial state, whatever it is. If it is empty, it is empty. If it contains something, it contains. This dot notes equals to constructor finished. Error here because the notes is not declared. So probably just before the constructor, I can say notes equal to an empty array. And then here have the method ng on it, within which we say event dispatcher dot next. Curly braces. I need to set the type. One is action types dot get notes. This is string only, so it should have worked. Notes This also is object array. So guys, just hold on for some time, trying to fix the issues. So once this is fixed, actually we just need to create the note creation form, and once that is done, it's all done. Component. Let's see. Hopefully the issues are fixed here. So if we get some output, at least the read-only output, that should be good enough so that we can proceed to create the note creation UI. Let's go here and refresh. As there is no note as such, there will be no output, but I expect no error to be there. Right, so don't worry about the changes. I'll be sharing the code anyhow. During the break itself, you can just accommodate. So it looks to be fixed for now. Let's stop this again and add a new component here by saying nggc by the name node form. Some UI needs to be created here for node creation. So the HTML I'm pasting in the chat box. There it goes. Just check. Meanwhile, I'll also say ng serve here. And here I see there is node form component. Open node form component.html. Delete the paragraph and paste the HTML from the chat box here. So again, there is some TS implementation which will be completing or fulfilling the requirements. Like I expect a function complete step into the code behind. The model properties to be created and bound over here. This we have used in the previous section, right? Previous session. So just using the templates like that. So that's your HTML template. Next, I add some styles to it. So it's a long one. Again, I'm putting it into the chat box. Check there. Paste that CSS stuff in node form component.css. All UI related stuff goes in. Theming basically. And then open node form component.ts. So again, pretty long code here. So I'll just paste it first in chat box, integrate, and then we'll discuss. So just replace this whole stuff with the code which I've given in the chat box. UID should be available. Okay, some dependency issue seems to be there. It says try this. Let's do that. Yeah, I guess that has resolved the issue here. Okay, so the import statements you can understand. This component declaration also you can understand. The component class creation. Here goes the node definition. Probably there is no default case over here. That's why it shows error. Maybe I can say return. Just with the default case. So add this. Right, so based on which step we are, it's just talking about step complete or not. So accordingly, it's returning this dot node dot title, the state of it, and then this dot node if case is 2, based on whichever step is requested, step 1 or step 2. If none, just returns false. Method is complete step to complete the step where the step is actually requested. If it is 1, the call and step is incremented, right? And then here itself we are going for submission. So previous next basically is to iterate from one card to another card or one page to another page. Let's say we are giving the page navigation. That's where the step is, +1 or -1. Right. So previous step and next step. Reset state just resets everything. Submit method submits the note with the ID being auto-generated, and then again resets the state once it is successful. So that is your component code. Next, go to app.component.html to include this new component also. Here it is. This section is pending, where I say just include app-note-farm. This okay. So there are some errors. Let's fix them one by one. Yes. ng build. This is only in the new implementation. ng node form. We'll go to the component ng node form. Let's see the selector. Oh, it took as subject node form. I'll just say app node form. Build. Name was not matching there. Other way around, I could have updated that in the integration here. In app component HTML. Here I could have put subject node form. So first error is gone. Here ng form. Okay, here I'm making some mistake. So node form component HTML. Directive has got some problem. What was it? It's a typo here. That is right, I guess. The form module is not included. So app module. Yeah, form module is not there. So I say comma. Form. Using templated forms. Forms module was not included. Let's build again. Okay, done. I just say ng serve. Okay, here I say title, description. This time I use a different title, React.js, and then here I say the description is React.js. Next card is there, right? And if I wish to delete any of the card, I just click on this delete button. Confirmation comes up. I say OK, and it's removed. Yes, so certain changes were required, as we saw last time also, that because of the changes in the language versions and the framework versions, there are a few things which need to be adjusted, and that's what I did here as well. So I got the completely working copy of this application, and looks up pretty much same thing, just like a sticky note management application. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Saket.
Yeah.
Okay, so the corrections you will get it once I share the copy.
Yeah.
Though that needs to be shared with via Navjot, sorry, Prabjot. So we'll be done. But I hope you understood the overall thing what we did.
Yeah.
Right? There are multiple components that we created, 2 to 3 components we created, and the data is being exchanged across the components. So directly that will not be possible. One way is via the web APIs, but unnecessarily there will be network communication in that case. And if network speed is not good, then it will be a challenging thing, right? Here you send to API, then the database entry is created, and then you call another API which reads from the database the fresh data. So that will be time consuming. Things can be managed locally itself, right? And in the backend, API communication can also happen, so that this nodes data can actually be put into database also. So the two things we learned today and last Thursday can be combined to each other. This application can be combined with the API. API communication will be all asynchronous, isn't it? Yes? Just everyone unmute yourself. Right, so ultimately we should be able to take this ahead to combine with the example we built the other day. Yes?
Yep. Marriage did their
Yeah.
Okay, so that is it for the Angular part. And before starting with the new module, I believe it's a good time to take the break for lunch. It's
Yeah.
12:45. Maybe we will resume at 1:45, and we'll start with the next module. Okay?
We are not on mute here.
Yeah, muted. Maybe you're muted.
No.
Sure.
Okay, so 1:45 we will resume. Welcome back, everybody. So I've already raised the request with Prabjot to allow us to share the code somehow. But if you have any way where I can just upload my code and from where you can access it, we can quickly get to that as well. Like any code repository or something if you are using. So can you check if you are able to access OneDrive.com directly?
One side.
Okay, so let me share that link and see if it is accessible directly. Just give me 2 minutes for that.
Saket, Yogeshwar here.
Yes, Yogeshwar.
Um, I think I got fever once again, so uh, I'm like I will go through the recording.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm dropping right now.
Yeah, just drop a mail to Prabjot as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe I can join after couple of hours because it's like very
Yeah,
problematic.
I understand. I understand. Take rest.
Yeah, thank you. I'll send it maybe in evening. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. No problem.
Thank Yeah.
Okay, so just check in the chat box. I have shared a new link if that is accessible. Anyone can confirm. Has anyone checked?
Saket, for some people it's coming, and for some other people it says something went wrong.
Okay, so the solution would be whoever is getting the access, just download the entire Providence 7 folder, and probably that will be downloaded as a zip file, and you can upload it into your SharePoint, which is accessible to all of us. Make sense? Yes? Yeah. So just take it ahead. Even if one is getting the access, just download everything and then share within your own SharePoint stick.
Saket, but this doesn't have ng this task, the thing that we did right now, right? The list.
ng note app.
Yeah.
It's there. It's there.
It's there. It's there. It's there.
2 minutes ago.
I can't
Okay,
see
okay,
it.
wait. I'll
It
download
may be getting uploaded. Okay, it's uploaded already, so it is updated.
Refresh.
Okay, I'm doing
Yeah,
it.
just refresh. You will
I
get it.
see it. Got it, Saket, yeah.
Yeah, I just copied it, na, so it may have taken some time.
Everyone got access.
Okay.
You can send it to me.
Okay, so maybe we can proceed with the next thing. So a bit of presentation once again for understanding what React is all about. So one thing for sure, React is not a framework like Angular. We saw Angular as a framework, so there are too many things where we need to work upon. Like we have a view component, we have CSS separately provided, we have the components, we have the services, we have the directives, right? There are many features which we need to combine together to make the things work, which might be good for very, very complex business applications with data coming from a good number of sources, I would say. If my application requirement is straightforward and not that complex, even the application itself may be complex, but the views I'm working with are not very complex views. Mostly the data is independent or maybe dependent, but with less amount of dependency on other components. Probably I may not like to get into the complexity that Angular brings in. That's one case. The second case is when we go with Angular. You might have noticed when we were working with that department API client, initially when we browsed the URL for the Angular application, it took a while to update the table. I mean, it waited for the time while the data was getting downloaded. And after downloading the data, it just repainted the whole UI. Right? A lot of local processing happens, but still, whenever there is a change requested, the complete DOM needs to be recreated and I would say rebuilt and reloaded. So for a fraction of second, maybe not noticeable also, your screen goes blank. In some cases, we may not even like that. We may want my application to be always responsive. Forget about fraction of a second. I may not want it to go blank for fraction of microsecond also. In such cases, if the complete DOM is being rebuilt, there is no solution. For some amount of time, your UI has to go blank because your browser removes the DOM which is loaded and replaces it with the new DOM which has been recreated. Understand? The complete document tree is rebuilt and reloaded. So here I hope everyone understands the term DOM, document object model. You know, HTML is hierarchical data representation language, right? And it builds something called as document tree, based on which browser processes the elements and renders them. So the engine which is used within the browser for doing this is DOM engine, and which reads the DOM. So it's a physical DOM which is basically replaced with Angular and some other JavaScript frameworks and libraries also. React came with a different thought on this. React said, why to replace the whole UI when the change is there in only 5% or 10% of the UI? Doesn't make sense, right? Why can't we have a parallel copy of the DOM? All changes which are required, we get those changes done first of all in the parallel copy, not the physical one, just the parallel copy that we have is changed. Then we do a comparison between the physical copy and parallel copy, and only the changed content we merge with the physical copy. That way the browser is not required to reload the DOM. It just needs to replace some DOM elements. That makes the rendering much more responsive and much more faster. Does that make sense? So this parallel copy of the DOM is what React terms as virtual DOM. Changes all happen in virtual DOM and they are merged with the physical DOM once the changes are completed. Naturally, it will be faster, right? Yes or no? So while the presentation is going on, you guys can keep yourself on unmute so that we can have the interactive session. Okay, so let's start. What React is? It's not a framework. It's basically a library for creating user interface with more focus on driving the user interface itself. Traditional MV Star frameworks focused on mainly the separation of concerns with models, controllers, views, model views coming into picture, like Angular basically was based on this. React doesn't rely on this MV Star framework. Separation of concerns is one thing it talks about, but not the top priority. In React, we don't build templates. We don't build the components separately, having only the code within them. Here we create one component as one unit. And that's why the components are the building blocks of React. Comparatively similar to something like directives, where you just use the tag directive or attribute directive and the integration happens. Quite similar to that, but not 100% the same. Technically, what component here is the combination of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript together. These components can be written in pure JavaScript, what we call as vanilla JS, with all JavaScript code that generates HTML and CSS, but will have double quoted strings for HTML and CSS. Doesn't look good and not very maintainable, manageable. Better option is to go with JSX syntax, which allows HTML, CSS to be created, though as a combination only, but still with full parser support in the backend. Pure JavaScript will look like this. You can see the quoted strings are there. Child1, react.create element, li. Li is a HTML element, but getting created as a string. Third parameter, which is their first text content, is basically the value for it. Same second element, then root element being created for holding the lis, that is ul, class being applied, and then the elements which go as child elements are added, child1, child2. And then finally, React render method renders this into some HTML element whose ID is given as example, which can be most likely a div. Pure JavaScript, not very comfortable, right? Not very readable, not very understandable. Yes or no? This looks like we are going with the old ways, like what we use within jQuery. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Same thing can be done with JSX, where JSX stands for JavaScript XML. What we have is a variable header that is assigned to the result of the create class function from React library. Create class is having a function called as render, and what it is returning is HTML. There is no quoted string over here. There is no concatenation either. This looks to be much more comfortable syntax. This is something which can be compared with one of Microsoft feature that we use these days a lot with MVC. So Razer Syntax precisely I'm talking about. Razer allows you to mix C# and HTML together. Same way JSX allows you to mix JavaScript and HTML and CSS together pretty easily. Understood? This looks clean. This looks more manageable, more maintainable, as this is more easily understandable. And I know where I'm doing the things and what will be the effect of it. Yes or no? With this, there must be another thing that should be clear, that every component must have a method called as render, because that is the method which will decide how that component will be rendered and displayed to the end user. Do you get it? What are the benefits using React? You avoid expensive DOM operations. Why expensive? Because you don't make changes in the physical DOM, you change virtual DOM. So the memory utilization, the CPU utilization also is less, and only the changed content gets merged with the physical DOM. So minimum level of physical DOM manipulation is there. There is no reload for the physical DOM once it is loaded at all. That makes it even faster. So that's where the second point comes in. Minimize access to the DOM, which is physical DOM. Update elements offline before inserting to the DOM. Means what? Whatever changes are required, instead of changing the physical DOM, you're going to do those changes in virtual DOM, which has no effect on the physical DOM. So until and unless data, the fresh data is not available, I'll not be re-rendering anything. I'll keep on displaying old information. Once the changes are done in virtual DOM, I'll merge it with the physical DOM, and then the physical DOM will be updated, which means the fresh information will get displayed. And that means even for a flash of a second or flash of a microsecond also, there will be no blank screen. Understood? Let's talk more about virtual DOM. One question is, should we re-render everything on every update? Ideally not, because re-rendering for even a small change will be costly. Because while the re-rendering is going on, I even will not be allowed to do anything else. I'll not be able to do the data entry also. If there are cascading updates going on, like I select something in one drop-down, based on which the next drop-down updates. So if it is physical DOM getting updated every time, complete reload will be happening of the page. I will not be allowed to select the next drop-down at all, which should not be the case. Okay. React creates an in-memory data structure cache, which is basically for the virtual DOM, computes the resulting differences, and then updates the browser's displayed DOM efficiently. How it does? You might be using the code repositories. You might be doing the check-in, checkouts. So when you check in, if the same code has been modified by someone else in the team, what happens? Your repository engine usually prompts that there are two check-ins for the same code. So which one should be used? That's where the code comparison tool starts, which is integrated in Visual Studio itself. Someone can compare the code and can accept which change is required or which change needs to be rejected, or there are more changes required. Something what we call as conflict resolution. It's done by one of the team member, and then the final check-in happens, right? Same mechanism in an automated fashion is used by React to merge the changes from the virtual DOM to the physical DOM. Okay. What are the benefits of virtual DOM? It's clean and clear. Descriptive programming model. Fast, because the DOM updates are pretty much optimized. You're not changing the complete DOM physically. Once again, there is an example. How do I create a component? So I can create a class like this. This is like the function-based definition. There is the class-based components also that we can create. So in our demos, actually, we are going to use the class-based definitions because it's much more simpler to understand and pretty much comparable with the C# language also.
Saket,
Yes.
like, isn't class-based components going to be deprecated soon?
It's not actually going to be deprecated, but they are suggesting that function-based model is going to be more handy in future. So not completely deprecated, it will be supported for quite some time from here. And we have a choice.
Maybe they will add more models to the function-based ones than to the class ones.
Yes, so functionality wise, actually, there is no difference that is going to be there. It's just like how you code that is going to be changed, right? So how you create objects, JavaScript also gives you both the ways, right? You can have the object-based development also, you can create classes and you can create the functions as well, right? So this goes with ECMAScript standard actually. So until and unless ECMAScript doesn't deprecate it, React is also not going to deprecate it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so component rendering, how it happens. Value that is returned from the render method is not the direct DOM node. It is just some metadata description, what we call as lightweight description of the UI. Based on the changes into this description compared to your physical DOM, the changes are actually evaluated, and accordingly the physical DOM is modified in place instead of reloading. So that's how the rendering actually happens. How the data flows from parent to child, from parent component to child component, nested component basically, it's available via this dot props. Properties are immutable, means you cannot change them, they are read only. Once you instantiate the object, you cannot change the property. If it needs to be changed, it needs to be changed by the parent only. You have to send the request to the parent to get the value changed. Child object or child component cannot make change to it. Okay. So here is the parent definition. We have header with title employee directory. There is another component search bar. There is another component called as employee list getting rendered. Here is the child component which is going to be contained into the parent. What it is doing is reading the props property of the current object, and from that it is reading the title. So eventually what it is going to display here in H1, this is the title which it will read and display. Title is employee directory. So here H1 will display me employee directory. Do you understand? Inverse data flow from child to parent, how it is going to work. It is once again the same thing, header text employee directory or title employee directory. Search bar component was there. Here we are saying search handler equals to this dot search handler. We are binding a function to this attribute. So looks like some event being raised, event binding is happening. Here is the function in the parent class itself, which is going to be acting as event handler. So whenever the change is required by the child object, it has to raise this event. Once the event is raised, it will come here and execute this code. How it happens is like this. Again, via props, I can get to search handler and I can say raise the event, pass the input value, and it just works. Likewise, here we have the local functions also for local handling, like key change. Just one moment, I guess there is some resolution issue. It's not able to show. Just 1 minute. Adjusting the resolution. Okay. Yes. So it's visible now completely. Next is the state object, which is just like props. State object is something about holding the data for the current component itself. On the other hand, props was basically for flowing the data from parent to child. And with event handling, probably we can say child to parent also. So inter component communication, for sharing the data in that particular scenario, we use props. Whereas state is the local state of the current component itself. These are just like model properties, you can say, for the current component. Right? Second point, to be precise, talks about it. Properties are defined when components are created, whether by JSX or JavaScript. State, on the other hand, is only seen on the inside of component definitions. This is the first and most important difference between the two. Like properties, state affects how a component behaves and renders, because the value of the data for the state properties will make the difference in how the component is rendered. Unlike properties, there is no way to define what state should be applied to components via JSX. That is another difference that we have. So here it comes, how we set the initial state. I have an object which has got name and job as the properties with the respective values over here. And that's what I'm reading within the component members itself with the help of this dot state. So you will find some methods like get state, set state, etc., for which there are hooks also that are provided. So here it comes. The first hook, that is set state, forcefully allows you to change the state value. Initial state says name is Chris, but once the set state method is called, the name becomes Bob. And here we have a function. On click of a div element, we are calling this handle click function, which is ultimately setting the state to Bob. And at the same time, what we are returning here is hello this dot state dot name. So what it will show me, Chris or Bob? When the view is rendered, it will be Chris. When I click on the div, it will change to Bob. As the state itself gets changed, the view also gets changed, because here I'm not giving hard-coded value. I'm depending on the state property. So if state property value itself has changed, my view will also update itself. Got my point? Whenever this function is called, set state, the UI is automatically re-rendered. So when I say UI is re-rendered, that doesn't mean the complete reload of your DOM is going to take place. It's just going to do the comparison of the physical DOM with the virtual DOM, merge the changes, and just make it appear. Right? So that's what the sub point is, just the part of the app that has changed gets re-rendered, not the whole DOM. So that's the base about the React.js. Any questions with regards to this presentation? So though we will be looking at the demos based on the classes, the reason is classes are little easy to understand. Once you understand the concepts, you just need to practice the syntax with the functions or function based definitions. Feature wise, there is nothing which is going to change, just the syntax you have to adjust to. So with that, we'll be able to focus more on the features right now with the classes, rather than getting into the complexity of how the functions are going to be linked to each other. Right? With object-oriented programming background, it's more easy to relate with classes compared to functions-based approach. That is the reason why demos are going to be based on classes. Clear? Let me upload this PPT also to the same folder. So it's getting uploaded. It should appear in some time. You just need to refresh that folder. Okay. So now it is about how to set up the environment. We already have Node, right? For Angular, we already installed Node. We know which version we are working with. Node hyphen version or Node -v lets us know this is the version of Node we are working with. I'm not going to update it for now. We'll keep on using this only. There is no specific dependency of React on the Node version. NPM version also will check. Anything equal to or above 6 is okay. So just verify you have. Most likely you would have, because we already checked that with Angular as well. Now, if you look at the path, I am right at the path where my demos are being created. Therein only I want to create my React app also, or React demos also. So how it is done? For Angular, we installed Angular CLI, right? So that we got the ng command and we are able to use ng command to create the new Angular applications and start the development server as well. Now, Angular being a framework, we have the CLI. React is not a framework. So we don't have any CLI as such for this. We just need to install or create the React application with npm package manager only, node package manager only. Understand? So all the bootstrapping, all the startup, we have to create it with that, right? All the tools which are required, we need to build everything from that only. There is another way. There is one template which has been created on npm called as create react app, which is popularly called as CRA. With the help of that also, we can have our new React applications created, which sets up everything for us and comes up with a sample UI as well. Sets up everything means what? The basic dependencies, whatever are required. the complete environment it sets up, just like a template. So we just need to ensure that we have the create React app package installed. For that, say npm I -g for global create and react -app. Done. If you are not planning to use this, the initial template and all the sample app and all you don't want, you want to create everything from scratch, then basically you will need three things. The package manager, which can be npm. You will also need a bundling tool which combines everything into one package and then serves the browser, something what we also call as bundler. So usually for React applications, the bundler which is used is Webpack. Webpack. And then you will also require a compiler which lets you write and compile the latest JavaScript based on the latest ECMAScript standards or TypeScript as well. So usually the compiler which is used for React applications is Babel, B-A-B-E-L, Babel. Instead of using three different things separately, create React app seems to be a better option because it already contains the automation for combining these three tool chains. The package manager npm, bundler like Webpack, and the Babel compiler, all integrated in one-stop solution, that is create React app. That simplifies the setup of your initial application. Later on, your application needs to be customized as per your need only. So that point in time, it won't matter whether you have used the individual tools in the tool chain or you have used create React app. So why not use create React app then? Because if you are using the tool chain separately, you have to ensure that your custom tool chain is also set up correctly for production environment as well. Whereas create React app does it automatically. So that seems to be a better option, right? Right? Let's create, or maybe first of all, we can check what is the React version we are using. So you can say npm view React version. That shows you the version of the React. It's 18.1.0. Then I say I want to create my app. Create React dash app, and what are the name of the application I want to create. Maybe I can say React. Ideally for React applications, we prefer all small letters in the name. I'll say React dash demo first app. Oh, In fact, now there is an official restriction itself which says you cannot use capital letters. So I'll just say demo first app with all small letters. See, some of the packages also it installs by default to make your React application work smoothly. React DOM, React scripts.